At this time, I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, please call the roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Emerald. Here. Lopez Zepeda. Here. Segura.
Here.
Solis.
Present.
Aguirre.
Here. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting, and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3A, the board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before or during consideration of that item. Each person wishing to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
I have 3 speakers, Mr. President. Michael Casanova.
Thank you for the time that you guys are giving us. I'm here for my son Adam Casanova. We're here to hold Mr. Exum accountable for the bullying, retaliation, and the cover-up of these actions by the Olympic administration. The question that I asked is, why wasn't there a proper investigation at the harassment for Adam? There's been prior allegations of racism, favoritism, and retaliation of Mr. Exum and his coaching staff, and yet there's been nothing to date, right? During his 3 seasons in charge, Mr. Exum's had 13 varsity players quit during season. That's an average of 4 per season. He's had 3 kids alone this year that have had to see medical help, right? Had to go see a therapist to get help from the abuse that they've received. It was pretty bad this year that the team captain, approached Mr. Exum in March and gave him an ultimatum that either he respects and changes his attitude towards the seniors, or the seniors were going to quit. So even after that, there was nothing done by the Olympic administration. We submitted a complaint on March 20th. We didn't hear back from them until April 12th. And then there was no investigation. Their investigation only consisted of 3 players out of 19. 3, right? So we appealed that to the superintendent, to Mr. Aguirre, right, who was also part of the initial investigation or initial complaint on March 20th. And Ms. Alvarez conducted the investigation, waited over a month until after the school year was over, and only interviewed 1 player. So that's a total of 4 of 19 players to come to a conclusion. And as you can see here, we have 6 players from that baseball team, and none of them were interviewed. And that's more than the 4 players that were interviewed across 2 investigations. And all I'm asking for is for an unbiased investigation by the school board, to conduct on Mr. Exum and his coaching staff. It's not okay for players not to be, to just continue to be being bullied. As a coach, you're supposed to be there to mentor these kids and guide them, and not discourage or take the love away from the game from them. And as a parent, who saw my son struggle, as the season went along, from the abuse, and have it affect his grades, and as a parent, to be scared to go to sleep because I'm scared that he might harm himself overnight, it's not okay. And you had, and the school board, the principal, the administration is supposed to be there to keep these kids safe from any abuse of any type. And they failed. The Olympic administration failed these students. Again, I'll go back to the 13 kids that have quit over 3 years. 3 kids this year having to see a therapist over a coach. And there's been multiple complaints, never been investigated. And I'm just requesting for you guys to please reopen that investigation and conduct a proper investigation, unbiased. No parent should have to, see their kid suffer in that way, and no kid should have to suffer that way, the way they suffered at the hands of Mr. Exum and his coaching staff. The investigation that was conducted by Ms. Hayes and Ms. Mitrovich was biased, very unprofessional. Once the investigation was over, Ms. Hayes, off the record, interviewed one of the players, and the player admitted to her that Adam Casanova had been mistreated by the coaching staff and that he was being bullied. And Ms. Mitrovich did not include that in the investigation. And furthermore, she violated the mandatory report, right, that the district policy has in place for the district employees to report anytime they witness or become aware of a mistreatment. And she failed to do that. You know, she's, you know, I'm just, do apologize, just, you know, but it's very emotional, right? Kids shouldn't have to suffer, you know,
We ran out of time, I mean, not in a bad way, but I just wanted you to understand that, we've heard very clearly your comments, sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mariana Mendez Casanova.
Good afternoon, members of the board. As you know, my name is Mariana. I am here to express serious concerns regarding the handling of a troubling situation involving my son and the Olympian baseball program. My husband touched upon some things, but I wanted to let you know that our concerns began with reports of mistreatment by the coaching staff. However, the school's investigation, led by the principal and later by the assistant superintendent, has been inadequate and biased. Out of the 19 players on the team, only 3 players were initially interviewed with questions that barely touched on the specific issues of mistreatment. When we requested a more thorough investigation, the follow-up was delayed until after the school year ended, severely limiting the availability and accuracy of the testimonies. Additionally, the assistant superintendent reported interviewing only 1 additional player and failed to provide clear details on when the actual interview took place. What troubles us the most is the fear among parents and students of retaliation. This concern is not unfounded, given that members of the coach's family are employed at the school, raising serious concerns of potential conflicts of interest in handling this matter. This situation is not just about the mistreatment that my son and the other students have faced, it's about the integrity of the processes we rely on to protect our children. We need a thorough, impartial investigation and a review of the district's policies to ensure fairness and transparency. The involvement of the coach's family members in the school administration has only heightened our concerns about bias and conflict of interest. We urge the board to take immediate action to address these issues. The safety and the well-being of our children depend on it, and does our trust in the educational system. We need assurances that all our students are protected from harm and that complaints are handled with seriousness and impartiality they deserve. Thank you for your time and attention, and we look forward to your response. I also wanted to add, obviously, the players are here to support my son, and you know, I thank them because that's very huge of them. They saw what my son went through, and you know, I really do appreciate their support, and I hope that you guys take that into consideration. Thank you.
Adam Casanova.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Casanova. I'm part of the Olympian baseball program, and you know, what I went through this year, my parents kind of touched upon the basis of it, but I think it's important that I speak on what I went through this year. And what I went through this year was, it was probably, honestly, I've been playing baseball since I was 4 years old, and it was probably the worst experience I ever had playing baseball. Not because of my performance or team's performance, but because of the treatment that I've received from the coaching. It was beyond unprofessional, and I've never experienced anything like it, you know. Like I said, I've been playing baseball since I was 4 years old, and I love going out to practice. I love playing with my friends, and, you know, just throughout the season, I was scared. I didn't want to go to practice. You know, I was dreading it because I was scared of the bullying and the retaliation that was coming, and you know, I knew it was coming, and there was nothing that could stop it because, you know, it felt like they can get away with anything, and, you know, it just made me feel very just, you know, like, I felt very oppressed because, you know, like, what could I really do? You know, I was a 16-year-old kid who I hadn't really done anything wrong to these coaches, and, you know, and they were just, and they hated me, you know, and I understand how strong a word hate is, but that's the word I would use to describe it, you know, when I am constantly being bullied and nitpicked and called out for things that aren't even my fault, and playing times being taken away, you know, not because of anything performance-wise, but just because of the fact they don't like me, and they were, you know, looking for any reason to just get me out of it, you know. And the whole season, it felt like they were pushing me to quit. You know, there was comments made towards the team that said, where they were like, oh, like, if you're not happy, you know, just hand in your jerseys and quit. And those statements felt very directed at me. And, you know, just what I went through was just, it's not right because, you know, I couldn't focus in class. I couldn't focus on my homework because I was just so wrapped up on, you know, like what was going to happen. And yeah, you know. Thank you.
No further speakers.
If there is no further communication, I will recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted in the meeting notice. Number one, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code 48916 to 48918. Students identified by case and ID number. Number two, public employee evaluation, appointment, transfer, Government Code Section 54957. Number three, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Number four, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number five, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number six, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to closed session. Time, we would like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia?
Present.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Here.
Segura?
Here.
Solis?
Present.
Aguirre?
Here.
We will now hold a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. Number one, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code, Section 48916, 48991 through 48918, students identified by case and ID number. Number two, public employee evaluation, appointment, transfer, Government Code, Section 54957. Number three, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code, Section 54957. Number four, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Paragraph 1 of Subdivision D of Government Code, Section 54956.9. Number five, conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, Paragraph 2 of Subdivision D of Government Code, Section 54956.9. Number six, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code, Section 54957.6. And the board took the following action. Moved by Lopez Zepeda, seconded by Solis, to approve the appointment of Sergio Quintero as principal, Eastlake Middle School, with a vote of Arencibia, yes; Emerald, yes; Lopez Zepeda, yes; Segura, yes; Solis, yes. Moved by Solis and seconded by Emerald to approve the appointment of Seisha Haynes as a principal at Palomar High School, with a vote of Arencibia, yes; Emerald, yes; Lopez Zepeda, yes; Segura, yes; Solis, yes. At this time, we'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the August 12, 2024 regular board meeting, with the change that the board will first consider board agenda item Q3 after the consent agenda. Do I have that motion?
So moved. Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The board is very, very happy to welcome Ms. Darcy Kimball, teacher from Castle Park High School, who has a presentation for the board.
Good evening to the members of the board, to our district administrators, to my colleagues, and to the esteemed community members who are here tonight. I am Darcy Kimball, and although I have served in many roles as an educator in the Sweetwater district, none makes me more proud than the role that I play as science teacher and program coordinator of the Science Innovation Academy, fondly known as SIA at Castle Park High School. SIA has many layers, and I would like to share with you the essence of SIA through a brief video.
And science. Here's the SIA program. It stands for the Science Innovation Academy. You take biotech and human anatomy and a few other courses related to science. Ms. Kimball is a coordinator. As she's doing the classes, she's involving you in field trips and volunteer experiences, community service, a whole immersion to science.
It's important to come to school every day because you can miss out on something that you won't know, and you don't know what is going to help you on later in life.
High school passes by so fast, and you really want to enjoy every single day.
So I like to consider myself a leader, strong, independent, building upon what we already know, and that's something that's always interested me.
You have to improve on yourself, and at the end of the day, it's going to come down to how much you really want it. Once a Trojan,
Always a Trojan.
Thank you. Since its inception in 2008, SIA has grown to serve an average of 200 students per year in grades 10, 11, and 12, who each day, many walk into the classroom as students, but walk out as professionals. In essence, SIA, which is a health and medical tech pathway program, provides students with opportunities to help prepare them for college and to explore careers both within the classroom and outside the classroom walls. Classes such as Biotech Honors and Human A&P Honors intentionally connect classroom activities to career skill building that are currently essential in today's workforce. In doing so, Student engagement leads to improved attendance and overall GPA within an inclusive, collaborative, and safe learning environment. Through SIA, students connect with professionals who are approachable and inspire them to pursue careers they had not always considered, some of these being alumni. Students interact with the industry and university network by visiting industry and college campuses where workspaces and post-secondary schools come to life, along with the tools and habits of mind needed to succeed. The SIA students serve as leaders for their community through community service opportunities and outreach, giving back to the health of our neighborhood, promoting STEM education, and helping instill pride in their local area. SIA works to build community partnerships, which become work-based learning experiences or internships, some of them paid and some unpaid, but all with the value of skill building, networking, and exposure to professions. SIA at Castle Park High School is also home to the Science Bridge Tech site, where our students assemble and distribute science lab kits for classrooms in all parts of San Diego County so that they can experience cutting-edge research practices in their schools. SIA students earn competency certification through our partnership with Biocom California, which connects a network of science industry professionals. Thank you for inviting me to shine a light on the SIA program at Castle Park High School. But no light shines brighter than the students themselves. Please let me introduce you to a few of them, starting with Gabby Garcia.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriela Garcia, and I'm currently serving as a senior tribute for SIA Cabinet. During my time here in SIA, I have gathered nothing but positive things to say about both the program as a whole and our coordinator, Ms. Kimball. SIA prepares students for future careers in STEM fields in ways that include the presence of public speakers, academic field trips, and personal internships. Ms. Kimball was kind enough to recommend me for an opportunity which allows me to volunteer at Scripps Mercy Hospital in the ICU on a weekly basis. This opportunity has provided me with a lot of insight regarding my future occupation as an ultrasound tech, gotten me familiar to a hospital setting, and is helping me exceed over 100 hours of community service, though our graduation requirement is only 30. When it comes to her students, Ms. Kimball goes above and beyond to satisfy each and every one of their individual needs. Thank you, and passing it on to Noah.
Good evening. My name is Noah Will, and I'm a junior in SIA at Castle Park High School. SIA has connected me to the larger scientific field, listening to and meeting researchers and healthcare professionals who perform the work that we learn about in biotech class. Without the program, I would have never realized how close and approachable these world-famous scientists could be. While participating, I, among many students, have found a passion to work towards advancing the science fields as our career aspiration. The resources provided to us have been invaluable. Thanks to the continued support of the community and the work of the program coordinator, Ms. Kimball.
Fantastic.
Good evening. My name is Camila Pineda, and I currently serve as a publicities advisor in the SIA cabinet. I've been in SIA for 3 years, and throughout these 3 years, I've learned how to collaborate with my peers in my biotech and human anatomy classes. Learning how to collaborate has helped me in many ways, such as making new friends, stepping out of my comfort zone, and gaining a new skill that'll be essential moving forward. Thank you for your time, and have a great rest of your evening.
Hi, my name is Daniela Galvan, and I am a Castle Park alumni from class of 2024, and I had the honor of being in SIA for 3 years and serving as secretary and president in class 2024. Thanks to Ms. Kimball's and SI support, I managed to get an internship at Kaiser Permanente, and I've been working on it for 2 years. And I also managed to get a research internship at a graduate school at Stanford Burham on research from neurons derived from stem cells. And I presented my research on UC Riverside, and thank you.
Hi, my name is Rocco, and I'm currently enrolled in the SIA program because I enjoy the classes that the program has to offer. Being in an SIA class such as human anatomy helps to prepare me for professionals in clinical and biomedical areas. Being in this program, I'm allowed to explore professions in the medical field while supported by my teacher and my peers.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you.
So as you can see, SIA is all about building dreams and trying to make dream builders. So With SIA, it has many layers, and we try to instill a lot of really good qualities in our students, and we're so happy to be able to offer that program at Castle Park High School. If there's anything that you would like to ask me about Castle Park, if you'd like to chat after this meeting tonight, feel free to contact me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now have a message from Superintendent Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, Dr. Arancibia, and again, thank you to the students and staff who's here from Castle Park. I think highlighting why we all do what we do, so thank you. Exactly. Good evening and buenas tardes to everybody. Welcome to our August 12th board meeting. This is our first meeting of our 24-25 school year. We're now a little over 2 weeks into this school year, and hopefully everyone is getting settled in. As we get going, here are some activities and events that I was able to attend over the last couple weeks. So attended a summer theater play called Mean Girls. It was an ensemble of students from various schools throughout our district. That was a wonderful VAPA opportunity. Also had an opportunity to meet with the new county superintendent, Dr. Gloria Cereza. We held a meeting of our audit and finance subcommittee to review the different audits and reviews going on throughout our district. Also had an opportunity to attend the Chula Vista Police Department's National Night Out, and I think it was a great success just based on the turnout. The community really came out, and I want to extend congratulations to Chief Kennedy for her ongoing community outreach efforts to really build a bridge with the community. And I had an opportunity to attend a parent welcome back school mixer. It was a district-wide event that was organized by our Parent and Community Engagement Office. So an excellent opportunity to have conversation and engage with our parents. And there's a lot of training that occurred and was presented to our parents, as well as an opportunity to participate in a panel. So it was a great experience. And with that, I hope everyone has a successful 24-25 school year. Gracias.
Fantastic. Our student board representative is at an event, will be arriving a little bit late, and her report will be given after her arrival. For that reason, we're going to move on to D1. Conduct a public hearing and adopt Resolution 4919, assurance of sufficient availability of textbooks and/or instructional materials, and assurance that the core curriculum is aligned to the state content standards. I will now open this, the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers, Mr. President.
The public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to adopt Resolution 4919?
So moved.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes to do so. Pursuant to board bylaw, the board may limit the time for public comment on a single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thomas Flores?
I would like to emphasize my name is Tomas Flores. My name is Tomas Flores. I live in San Isidro, District 4. I was the first student from Montgomery High School to attend and graduate from Yale University and Stanford Graduate School of Business. Last year, I worked as a volunteer at Southwest High School. I collaborated with counselors and teachers to support students as they move through the college preparation, application, selection, and financial aid process. I did so with a particular experience in my background. While at Yale, I read applications for admission. I bring some special and unique experience, having gone from this community to the East Coast and being asked, where did you prep, by students who had prepped at Exeter. And I said, Montgomery High School. And oh, was the typical answer. I worked in collaboration with teachers and with the counselors. This July, I look to doing the same thing as I did last year. However, I am embarrassed for someone here at the district because I cannot be processed as a volunteer to go to the freaking school yet. There aren't forms, and I have been told that the policies have not been created, reevaluated, or blah, 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 and therefore, it's not, I can't even get my fingerprints taken. Now, why do I have to even get fingerprints? I should be able to go to the campus already, and I can't. There's people that work here during the summer. What have they been doing? I would very much like to know which superintendent or assistant superintendent is in charge of this particular policy, and why is it taking so freaking long for someone who can offer a great deal of experience and heartfelt commitment to students at our schools? Why hasn't it happened? I want to know who failed so far. And why?
Bill Goulet.
Hi, my name is Bill Goulet. I represent the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks. We have a lodge over here in Chula Vista. Last year we gave over $22,000 to high school seniors to go to college. As exalted ruler last year, or president of the lodge, I made sure that every school had to be represented. And all 10 schools were even invited over to the lodge, where we had a meet and greet with the counselors and, tried to tell them to go ahead and get the kids to, get some applications in. And most of them, all of them responded, except one, Castle Park. Castle Park did not turn in one application. I mean, they let maybe up to $2,000 go by. The kids, from what I saw tonight, they have some pretty bright kids. I'm kind of surprised that nobody wanted to put in an application over there. So what I'm asking you, the superintendent anyway, at least put them on notice. I mean, if you have scholarships available, use them. They're on the west side. When I was exalted ruler, I decided, well, the east side schools, they have a lot more. The west side schools, I tried to get more help for them because, there is a lower income area, and the Southwest High School, they really responded very heavily. Some others, not so much, but at least we were able to recognize all the schools. And we even solicited Castle Park in February and March to say, hey, get on the ball here and get some. No application showed up. So that's got me a little disturbed. Also wanted to bring to your attention that we also do, we're a big promoter of youth. We have a hoop shoot program, which is a free throw contest. And, back years ago in the 90s, you used to allow this in your schools, but I guess over time it got thrown out. Over at we do it with the Cajon Valley School District, with their middle schools. We actually give the schools cash incentives to go ahead and participate in this program that we have where the kids shoot 25 free throws and they get to travel all over the country if they win. And, it's pretty nice. We also have essay contests for Americanism where we put down a patriotic theme like, what does the Bill of Rights mean to you or something like that. And we judge them and the kids can win $500. I gave away, I only had 2 applications this year from this district and we gave them each, $250. And they were the only 2 kids, so they lucked out. They made out, But I'd just like to see, you guys take a little more advantage of what's out there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Craighead.
Hi, Elizabeth Craighead, teacher, RDR. So I wanted to personally thank Marty Emerald because she seemed to spearhead the AED presentation at the beginning of the school year. And I was somewhat familiar with the device, but not completely. And there's a lot of teachers that actually even said, oh, what if I use that and then someone sues me? Which the presentation told me they can't do that. So that actually made me feel better. And I really appreciated this hands-on experience because, sad to say, but a number of years ago when I was at Chula Vista Mill, we actually had a student die on campus. It was a heart failure. And I think it was what you were saying, the one where they don't move. It's really sad. If we had had that device, I don't think that device was around yet. But if we had had that device, we might have saved that child. And Chula Vista Middle is literally right next to the hospital. So this is really important to me ever since that happened. And I'm really hoping, since it was at the beginning of the school year, not as many teachers participated. And I think it was because it was within that 10-day period. And so, you know, we were all like, oh, but because I had that personal experience, I was like, oh, I want to have that, want to have understanding of that and that personal experience. So I'm hoping that as a board, that you guys will work with site administrators to bring this important AED presentation possibly to each site. Let's make it easy, right? Let's make it easy because we could save a life. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Meg Garcia.
Hello, good evening. My name is Meg Garcia, and oh my gosh, like I got a long history in the district. My mom taught here 38 years, and I'm starting my 28th year. I'm a Sweetwater High School graduate. That's been the only place that I've ever taught. Both my kids graduated from Sweetwater, National City Sweetwater. That's my heart and soul. So today, I also teach AP Art History, which means I'm part of the VAPA department, VAPA program. And I'm really disappointed in the way that Prop 28 has been handled by our district. And I understand legislation, and I mean, like, I've been around long enough, like, I get it. But Prop 28 is the potential to revolutionize the arts. And I know I don't have to stand up here and explain to anybody in this room the power of the arts for our kids. A place of acceptance, a place of love, a place of understanding, of language development, of all of that. I'm looking at the pictures, or, you know, beforehand, and you have 3 pictures of the Sweetwater Orchestra from 1921. Like, that's how important the arts are. Of everything you could put up in here, you chose those. And this was an opportunity, and it is an opportunity, to revolutionize the arts, and we've done nothing. Nothing. Like, this went into law in 2022. Why didn't we start a group then to figure this out and to make a district-wide plan? When we found out about it last year at the PD in October, what we did is we got a site pullout day, and we sat down, and we at Sweetwater, we developed our site plan, our vision, what we want to do, how can we reach those that need it the most, our SPED kids, our EL kids. We're thinking about everyone. The fact that in our art classes, that it averages out to about 11 cents a kid a year in materials that they get, and we've got hundreds of thousands of dollars sitting out there with no plan, and kids who desperately need it. And I am so sad that this is where we are. It just breaks my heart. And I'm angry. And I'm hurt, I'm sad, but I'm angry when it comes to the kids. They deserve better. And it's there waiting for us. Where was the plan? Where was the organization? And when is that gonna happen? Because it needs to happen yesterday. So thank you very much.
Elizabeth Luane Singh Garcia.
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre, board members. I'm Lysabeth Luansing Garcia, president of Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association. I first want to thank Mr. Goulet and your continued support of our students in the Sweetwater district. We're very appreciative to the Elks, and the students always look forward to the ceremony and the event, and the counselors are always really excited to attend the event that you host. And so thank you for your continued support, and we will follow up with the concern that you addressed tonight. Thank you. First, I'd like to offer my congratulations to my colleague Bob Evans from Palomar High School, who recently retired after decades with the Sweetwater Union High School District. Now we have a counselor position opening at Palomar High School. We have 2 counselors yet to be recalled, and we have several veteran counselors across the district who would be an invaluable asset at Palomar High School, but none of them will have the opportunity to fill that vacancy. The SCGA contract 13.7 says Palomar High School will maintain a minimum of 2.0 FTE counselors. The district is choosing not to do so. We were told that there is a substitute there now and that the district plans to keep a substitute there indefinitely. Is this in the best interest of students? Palomar High School is identified as a red school in our most recent LCAP. LCAP states that Palomar High School is in need of comprehensive support and improvement because of its identified chronic absenteeism, including the need for a welcoming environment and improved adult-student relationships, the need for offering additional student support. LCAP says the aim for Palomar High School is fostering a positive school culture and climate, and that Palomar High School is in need of support to ensure that students are completing graduation credits. Sounds to me you're not meeting your LCAP goals by keeping a substitute at Palomar High School. Again, we have 2 counselors yet to be recalled who have worked in our district for years. We also have many veteran counselors across the district who would be a wonderful asset at Palomar High School, but none of them are being given the opportunity to fill the vacancy. Help me understand. How is keeping a substitute counselor at Palomar High School better for students than hiring a seasoned, experienced Sweetwater Union High School district counselor? Thank you.
Marco Amaral.
Muy buenas tardes, Marco Amaral, Superintendent, members of the board, School Board President Ancivia, members of the public. Given that our military is currently engaged in several conflicts from the borders of Ukraine and Russia to the ever-changing borders of Palestine and Israel, and now to the borders of Iran, I think it is imperative that we now look deep into our district's policies regarding our institutional support for ROTC. I came to this district at 14 years from Las Vegas, a city known for, among many other things, having one of the worst school districts in the country, Clark County, but a nationally recognized ROTC program. When I entered Mar Vista High in the fall of 2005, it was clear to me that the ROTC program was a jewel of the school. I was used to the idea that a space created with education in mind was to be used, very successfully, mind you, as a vehicle for militarism and war. Only a few of us were meant for 4-year institutions. That's one of the things Sweetwater taught me. How many students from Sweetwater died in the unjust wars of Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and Syria between 2001 and 2022? How many of those students were in our ROTC programs? Of course, these questions are somewhat rhetorical, but they are meant to highlight the crucial importance of being hyper-vigilant and critical of how we facilitate military involvement in our schools. According to studies, ROTC students are less likely to attend college after high school and more likely to join the military. It is well known that ROTC programs are far more permanent in lower income communities of color over higher incomes in white majority communities. Are we perpetuating a type of poverty draft at Sweetwater Union High School District? Why do patriotic parents in La Jolla do everything in their power to avoid military recruitment? Now, as some of you might know, I'm fully aware of the limitations you as board members and superintendent have in this area. ROTC and military recruitment at K-12 institutions is part of a whole set of federal laws, but you do have power in this area. Board members, I urge you to please look into the district policies concerning, but not limited to, ROTC funding, military recruitment, especially in West Side schools, ROTC recruitment, among others. Do we ask students to have them and their parents sign a consent form before being able to speak to a military recruiter? Do students and parents of Sweetwater District have to sign a consent form before enrolling into ROTC? Do they know what it means to go and fight an unjust war? I remind you of the great words of Freire and pedagogue Bell Hooks. Education is the practice of freedom. Freedom requires consent. Freedom requires knowledge. Freedom requires a space to think critically and the right to engage that thinking freely. As we speak, American vessels are lining the Iranian shorelines. I ask that you think very quick about Sweetwater students whose lives can be saved in the next 10 to 20 years if we take action today. I'll end by saying this one last thing, I promise you. Especially concerning as a special education teacher that has observed, analyzed, and methodically reflected on the parasitic nature the military has with students with disabilities, especially students with learning disabilities. Thank you.
Angelica Martinez.
Good evening, members of the school board, educators, and fellow community members. I'm here tonight to discuss a pressing issue that is impacting our children's future in the disproportionate percentages in suspension rates and academic performance among our students, particularly those of varying ethnic backgrounds, English language learners, and students with disabilities in both East and West Chula Vista. The data is undeniable. There is a clear division within our district that cannot be overlooked. Our students at Hilltop Middle School, under the jurisdiction of Mr. Arancibia, are suffering the most. Despite its status as the worst performing school in our district, the only action taken was to promote the previous principal, Ms. Finley, to Southwest High. This action did not address the problem. Instead, it simply moved it elsewhere. We are not just talking about statistics. These numbers represent our children, their struggles, and their potential for success or failure. My son is part of this system, and given the current trajectory, I'm deeply concerned about his future. We need accountability from our leaders. We must focus on implementing strategies that genuinely address the root cause of these disparities. We owe it to our children to provide them with supportive and equitable education environment. I urge the board to take immediate and meaningful action. Let's work together to ensure all our students, regardless of their background or abilities, have the opportunity to succeed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Kenya Peraza. No, this is for non-agenda items. Okay. Roxanne Palestino.
I had it ready in Spanish, but also want to read it in English. Is that possible? I think it won't take more than 6 minutes, maybe like 5 minutes. Thank you. Mi nombre es Roxanne Palestino y estoy aquí hoy para mostrar mi fuerte apoyo a 2 mujeres increíbles que se postulan para la mesa directiva de nuestras comunidades. Angélica Martínez para la mesa directiva de Sweetwater y Kenia Peraza para la mesa directiva de San Isidro. La educación es la base de nuestro futuro y contar con líderes adecuados es esencial para construir escuelas sólidas que sirvan a todos los estudiantes. Angélica Martínez ha demostrado ser una defensora dedicada de los estudiantes, maestros y familias en Sweetwater. Ella entiende la importancia de la equidad, el acceso y la oportunidad para todos y trabajará incansablemente para garantizar que todos los niños de nuestro distrito tengan el apoyo que necesitan para tener éxito. En San Isidro, Kenia Peraza es la líder que necesitamos. Aporta una perspectiva nueva, profundos vínculos comunitarios y un compromiso para hacer cambios positivos en nuestras escuelas. Kenia tiene la visión y la pasión para garantizar que nuestros niños reciban la mejor educación posible y estoy segura de que será una voz poderosa para nuestra comunidad. Por lo tanto, cuando voten el 5 de noviembre, les pido que apoyen a estas 2 candidatas excepcionales. Voten por Angélica Martínez para la mesa directiva de Sweetwater Union High School District y por Kenia Peraza para la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar de San Isidro. Juntos podemos construir un futuro más brillante para todos nuestros estudiantes. Good evening. My name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm here today to show my strong support for 2 incredible women running for school board positions in our communities. Angélica Martínez for the Sweetwater Union High School District and Kenia Peraza for the San Isidro School District. Education is the foundation of our future, and having the right leaders in place is essential to building strong schools that serve every student. Angélica Martínez has proven herself to be a dedicated advocate for students, teachers, and families in Sweetwater. She understands the importance of equity, access, and opportunity for all. And she will work tirelessly to ensure that every child in our district has the support they need to succeed. In San Isidro, Kenia Peraza is the leader we need. She brings a fresh perspective, deep community ties, and a commitment in making positive change in our schools. Kenia has a vision and passion to ensure that our children receive the best possible education, and I am confident that she will be a powerful voice for our community on the school board. So as you vote on November 5th, I encourage you to support these two outstanding candidates. Vote for Angelica Martinez for the Sweetwater Union High School District and Kenia Peraza for the San Isidro School District. Together, we can build a brighter future for all of our students. Thank you.
Cindy German. Summer Georges. Sorry, Summer.
Hi, good evening. Lower this down a little bit. Hi, good evening. My name is Summer Gerges, and I am here as a representative of the special education community to encourage you to further build your district's participation with the Regional Community Advisory Committee, also known as the CAC, for special education. I am here to urge you to meet the California state mandate to collaborate with the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education by sending district leadership, representative of your special education program, to attend each CAC meeting. Additionally, I urge you to support families of students with disabilities by promoting the regional CAC meetings. CAC meetings can be promoted by principals and promoted at each IEP meeting. These CAC meetings are meant to provide parent trainings, a time for testimonials, an increase in student attendance, and access to advise on the local area plan. California State developed this committee to facilitate the district-community relationship. We need Sweetwater's leadership to participate. Prioritizing these actions will indicate that the special education community is a priority to your board and your educational leaders. The next CAC meeting will be held on October 24th at 10 a.m. These meetings are held at the South County Regional Educational Center, 800 National City Boulevard. Thank you for your time.
Carlos Vega.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Vega, and I come here part of Adam Casanova. I want to speak on behalf of Olympian High School, the coach, Stephen Exum, matter of fact, the whole program. And I want to speak in because I was a player in the varsity team that got cut, and it was not fair at all. What this coach does is he messes with the students' heads, and he is not a good coach at all. He cut me because I have made some mistakes before in the past, but it did not justify talently. Talent-wise, I am a really good player off the field and on the field. And the reason why I'm a graduate of 2024, I'm 17, and I am fighting because I don't want my friends to be part of what happened and to happen again. And I'm here because I want to speak up because of what he did was not right. And part of it is making me feel really sad, but also angry at the same time. But it's just not right the way that he handles things, and the way he cut me, that moment, it really made me feel just empty. And I got screenshots, evidence of all the teammates, not even teammates, people that I don't even know of that are part of the school telling me, dude, that was not right. And there's nothing much to say part of this, but all I really want to say is that I want to speak up because it's just not right. You know, it's just not right. going into the season, and he never played me. He kept me down in a really low level. You know, he always told me that, hey, I want you to play varsity. I want you to play here. As a young kid, as a sophomore, as a junior, my junior year, sophomore year, he always told me, I want you to play, I want you to play, I want you to play, and that never happened. He never brought me up. He always considered me low. He never played me. I was the hardest worker in the 2023 season of winter ball, and he still didn't play me. He didn't play me not one game. He didn't want me to play. I couldn't speak up. I couldn't say anything. He was a father to the rest of the favorites of the teams that were there, and he didn't tell me anything to me. I would mess up. He wouldn't tell me anything to me. So I just want to say that that was just not fair, and I really wish that we win this. And thank you for your time.
Isley Phelps.
Hi, my name is Isley. I'm 12 years old and a 7th grader at Bonita Vista Middle School. The reason I am here today is on behalf of the dance class. About 2 weeks ago, in the middle of a rehearsal to perform at the open house, we were informed that the class was being closed. In that moment, it really sank in. An entire week of practicing and learning the choreography that we were now not going to be able to perform. Not only that, but the highlight of my day was getting removed. To me, the dance class wasn't just learning to dance. It was a chance to meet people and make friends with the people you would dance and perform with. Even though I only knew those 12 other people for a week, it really started to feel like a family away from home. It was a safe and fun place, a time to feel more free and less locked in place. Originally, I didn't even know why it was being shut down. I thought it was because of funding issues, but I later found out from a counselor that it was because of a lack of students. We only had 13 people, but at least 8 other students wanted to join, and I don't know why, but they weren't added to the roster yet. I am personally really hurt that it was shut down. Starting the class in 7th grade meant that you could have 6 solid years of dance practice and performing. It was a place where you didn't need any experience to get started. Miss Timmons herself said it doesn't matter if it takes you 4 years to learn one move, everyone learns differently. I really hope you take my words into consideration and bring the dance class back as soon as possible. I was really looking forward to what I would learn from it. Thank you for listening.
Jared Phelps.
Bring this up a little bit. There we go. Members of the board, wow. Pleases me tonight to tell you that I'm not here to complain. I'm actually here with a story of hope. I'm actually here for 2 reasons. First, and by a very, very, very long distance, is to support my daughter as she has exercised her voice. If it wasn't for her desire to speak up tonight, I would not be here. I contemplated not even speaking tonight because I believe that her presentation of the experiences of her and her classmates really stands on its own and is of primary and utmost importance. But on further reflection, I realized that I do have a unique story to share that supports that. It supports her voice as well as the work that her principal, Dr. Salazar, has done, and humbly requests your support. Since 2007, background, I've taught mathematics and coordinated the IB program at Bonita Vista High School. In the 2022-2023 school year, I had the privilege of working alongside Dr. Salazar at BVM, laying the groundwork for the IB Middle Years program. I've therefore seen firsthand the care that he puts into leading his school. For the past 2 years, I've developed the master's schedule at Bonita Vista High. I know about how hard it is to balance classes, how to balance a schedule. I've lost a lot of sleep over the last 2 weeks, over how tight our FTE budget is this year, and just how, like, what it means to school programs when things are shifted around. Like, I get how challenging all of that is. So putting all of that experience together, I do believe that Dr. Salazar has done everything in his power, Dr. Salazar, the principal of Bonita Middle, done everything in his power to keep the dance exploration class at BVM. I also know, however, that there's only so much that a principal can do. There's only so much magic that they can work with the allocations that they're given. And so with that long introduction complete, I finally arrived at the second reason that I'm here tonight. And that's to ask you to help a good principal do a good thing by letting a good teacher work with a good group of kids. With its cancellation at BVM, the dance exploration course only exists at one other middle school in our entire district. I'm sure that Isley, my daughter, will be able to learn and have fun in the arts and crafts class that has replaced her dance class. I've raised her to be resilient. I know she's going to be fine. Nevertheless, I lament the loss of the confidence, the camaraderie, and the connection to a dance community that bridges between Bonita Middle and Bonita High, and the support that it brings to the IB programs at both schools. Education is a profession that's built on optimism and hope, and so I will end tonight on a note of hope. I continue to be optimistic about this situation. I desperately hope, for the sake of the 13 to 21 students, depending on how you count who's on the roster versus who wanted in and trying to talk to counselors and all of that, I hope for their sake that those middle schoolers can be excited about their dance community. And I hope that you can help Dr. Salazar to fund the excellent program for this school year. Thank you so much for your service to our community and for hearing our concerns, requests, and hopes. Thank you.
Kathleen Shears.
Good evening. I intended to attend and speak last month regarding item L1, separations. My review noted Troy Beal's name. A bit of history here. Mr. Beal was a classmate of my 57-year-old stepdaughter. He taught my 34-year-old baby daughter and was the AD when my 23-year-old granddaughter attended and played basketball at Montgomery High School. When I told my youngest daughter he was retiring, her response was, "Wow, he was one of my favorite teachers of all times." So many of us loved him. During a conversation with a young man I have known since he was in elementary school, because y'all know how old I am, who was also a staff member and graduate of Montgomery, he told me Troy was someone I could always go to for advice, and after listening to me, helped me focus, consistently reminding me to remove the emotion out of it and use what I knew was right, to follow policy and use my knowledge. Thank you, Mr. Beal, for making a difference to so many Montgomery High School students. Dr. Aguirre, I was speaking to Maddie this weekend, and she shared something I would respectfully like to recommend. Maddie shared in Mexico, an assignment is given to students for each of them to meet with an elder or someone in the family to learn the heritage of whence they came, to learn the stories, the history that serves as the foundation of who they are. Many do videos and then compose an accompanying report, which is shared with their classmates in an oral presentation. Respectfully, what better way for each student to capture the knowledge of others' ethnicity than by hearing the story of fellow students' ancestors? Hopefully you will consider this as part of the ethnic studies curriculum. I have watched Dr. Phil for years. Recently I watched a rerun, The Guest, a Teacher. She made a statement I found to be profound. She stated, grades K through 3, children learn to read. Grades 4 and above, they read to learn. Currently, many of our students enter the 7th grade unable to read at a proficient level, putting stressors on teachers and fellow classmates. This in turn results in graduates unable to navigate life and adulthood. Perhaps it's time Sweetwater truly partner with CVESD, National City and South Bay, to resolve this issue. I am sure you will agree, Dr. Aguirre, our students are deserving of the much needed ability to read. Ms. Davis, oh, you just walked in. I was most impressed with your bio on the district website. It is clear you are a stellar student and young adult who is passionate about making a difference, representing all students, not just those with an ASB title. I've had the experience of witnessing 20 plus years of your predecessors. Several were more than, bear with me, because I will not stop. Several were more than impressive in their willingness to share their independent opinions and concerns. As a mom and grandmother, when you go home tonight, thank your parents for raising such an outstanding young woman. Thank you.
Jen Luna.
Good evening, board members and committee members. My name is Jen Luna. I'm a parent of 2 high school students at Bonita Vista High, and my youngest is at Bonita Middle. I want to share with you also my disappointment with the closing of the dance exploration class at Bonita Vista Middle. Here, first of all, to support Isley Phelps with her own expression of it. And my daughter's here, Claudia Luna. I'm going to share with you my email to Dr. Salazar, who's done everything in his power to support us, and he had to close it August 1st. Here it is. Thank you for this email. I'm sad and disappointed. This is a sad and disappointing news. I am sure it was a hard decision to make as an administrator. As a parent, and speaking in particular about my own child in this class, we came to decide on dance versus Spanish for her elective after a long debate. Claudia had such a positive experience along with her other classmates last year. Dance class with Miss Timmons provided them with an excellent outlet to not only express themselves in a safe, supportive, inclusive environment, but it was a unique class that facilitated skills in leadership, organization, and psychosocial awareness. And a few more positives in this class definitely provided a sense of camaraderie for a collection of kids who shared an interest in dance. It is definitely a bridge to connect the two schools, Bonita Vista Middle and Bonita Vista High School, since Ms. Timmons teaches a dance class in Bonita High School, and to facilitate ease of transition for these students, especially those not involved in any other sports or activities. No further words are needed to describe the high-quality class that Ms. Timmons provided them with an excellent outlet to not only express themselves in a, hold on one second here. Hold on. To describe Ms. Timmons' teaching, I'm a mom of a current co-captain of the BVH dance team and have witnessed her transform my daughter with zero experience in any formal dance to a thriving dancer and a leader. I wanted to share a quote from a professor of drama at Stanford, Professor Rush Rem. Encouraging students from an early age to explore their creative interests can set them up for a life that recognizes the arts as an essential part of life, both as a means of expression and of understanding the world. Education should provide the basic skills one needs to survive in an imperfect world. But living is more than surviving, and for that reason, funding the arts makes good common sense. That is, if one has any hope of making the world a little less imperfect. I have a little bit more time, so I wanted to share my own daughter's quote that she told me she wanted to say, but I'm saying it. She wanted to say it, but she's shy, so I'm saying it for her, from Claudia. I asked her what dance class means to her, and she said it gives her self-confidence. It's fun, helps kids make friends, helps build relationships. Dance is moving around and is fun, just like PE, but funner. Since dance class was at the end of the day, it was 6th period at BVM. You get to finish school on a good note, no matter how your day was. Dance helps build strength and teaches coordination. Dance is more interactive than other electives. Sorry, last one. Interactive meaning having fun, creating, cooperation, and improvising. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Trustee, would you like to present right now? Go for it. Hit that button. There you go.
I apologize for being late. I had to watch my brother receive the Tony Gwynn Award at the Padres game tonight.
I told her.
All right. On August 5th, I had the great pleasure of hosting my first meeting with Sweetwater Union High School District's ASB presidents. We had 70% attendance from the district's high schools, ranging from San Isidro High to Castle Park and my very own Olympian High School. After my personal introduction and a brief icebreaker, I engaged the ASB presidents by asking them various questions about their school climate and culture. This got the conversation started about problems facing their individual schools, the biggest problem mentioned being lack of school spirit. Many presidents mentioned that students in their school do not participate in spirit weeks or games at lunch. We believe these events and spirit weeks need more publicizing to get students involved in student life during school hours and after school. However, during our discussion, we noticed that having a district-wide spirit week as well as maintaining a class point system did encourage school spirit, including participation in lunchtime activities. The issue can also be linked with the idea of having a school student section club or a link crew on campus for all students. Although those are a bit different, schools that have a link crew versus schools that do not have a link crew, notice the positive difference in student involvement that they believe is directly attributed to having a link crew. A student section club is similar to a link crew, however, they benefit all students, and boost school spirit with pep rallies, events at lunch, passing out costumes for spirit days, and overall, just making sure students are getting involved at their respective schools. Link crew or similar clubs has been proven to ease fear of participation, motivate freshmen to get more involved, provide relatable role models to students, and increase student involvement, including after school as well. Having either a link crew or a student section club at every school would improve student involvement, which is exactly what we need. In order to see how I can encourage the creation of a link crew across school campuses in the district, I'm scheduled to meet with the faculty link crew advisor at Olympian High School who started link crew at Olympian many years ago. I'm hoping to learn from his experience and how he started link crew at Olympian, and I will also be meeting with Ms. Fox from the district to discuss and brainstorm on how we can turn this idea into a reality throughout the district in order to improve school spirit district-wide. Another issue that was raised during my meeting with the ASB presidents concerns ongoing construction through the district's high schools. As we know, many of our district's high schools are currently undergoing construction. However, many students are uninformed of exactly what is happening at their school, what is being built or changed, or when it is expected to be finished. A live update system or an app for infrastructure projects, both big and small, throughout the district's high schools would be extremely helpful to keep students informed about the changes being made to their schools, as well as the other neighboring high schools in the district. On another note, specifically relating to Chula Vista High School, it appears that Chula Vista High is dealing with very high student-teacher ratios that are negatively affecting students. In past years, enrollment at Chula Vista High School had been on a steady decline. Expecting this decline in enrollment to continue for the school year, several teachers were let go. However, instead of declining, enrollment actually greatly increased, resulting in classrooms with 50 to 60 students. This greatly increased the student-teacher ratio and is greatly diminishing focused learning and making it harder for teachers to effectively teach. We are now starting our 4th week back at school, and this issue has yet to be resolved. It is important that this be addressed and rectified as it is impacting student learning and their mental health. As for new ideas, linking the district spirit weeks with the implementation of celebrating different cultures during months where we celebrate the history of different cultures would be ideal. Given that district-wide spirit weeks help with student involvement, cultural spirit weeks would boost student involvement as well as celebrate the diversity of our campuses district-wide. Finally, we are beginning our voter registration drive this Wednesday, August 14th at my very own Olympian High School, then making awareness of this drive throughout the different campuses throughout the district. Schools are also having their luau's, with East Lake having theirs this past Friday, and Otay Ranch coming this Friday, and finally, fall sports are starting. Tryouts have been going on for the past 2 weeks, and footballs will begin towards the end of August. Thank you.
Clerk of the board, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
The following items are pulled: F3 by staff, F9 by Mr. Segura, G3 by staff, G9 by the public, H5 by the public, H6 by the public, H7 by the public, K4 by the public, M2 by the public, M3 by the public, N7 by the public, Q2 by Mr. Segura, and Q3 by staff.
Okay. So we move on to item.
Can you please
I'm
take
sorry. I'm sorry. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. I believe staff requested to do item Q3 first.
Q3, okay. We need to adopt resolution number 4921, authorizing, directing the issuance of and sale of not to exceed $67 million of general obligation bonds of Sweetwater Union High School District, approving forms of and authorizing execution and delivery of a bond purchase purchase contract, a paying agent agreement, an escrow agreement, a continuing disclosure certificate, and an official statement for said bonds, and authorizing the execution of necessary documents relating to said bonds actions in connection therewith.
Thank you, President Arancibia. I'm sorry about that. On this matter, I will ask Dr. Sokol to introduce. I think what this basically, in essence, is a refunding is kind of a financial term for refinancing. So this is an opportunity to bring some savings to district taxpayers. And so with that, I'll ask Dr. Sokol to introduce the item.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Geary, and good evening, Board President and Board of Trustees and Cabinet. This is an item, as Dr. Geary mentioned, in the bond financing area, we call it a refunding, but it's in essence a refinance. So as we proactively manage the district's debt obligations, there's an opportunity with Measure BB bonds. I'll go here to the next few slides, or next slide, that the interest rate of what was paid at the time with Measure BB can now come in at a much lower rate, given the current market dynamics. And so we're anticipating approximately $3.5 million, and that's what's noted here on the next slide here. But given where things are at, it could possibly come in a little bit higher. Our pricing is scheduled for the 20th of this month, and that's what we're bringing forward to you today, are all the legal documents associated with that. We do have representatives here from ORIC, which is the district's bond counsel, as well as KNN, which is the municipal financial advisor. We've been working very closely with them, as well as the Disclosure Council with the preliminary official statement, another lengthy document that was included in your packet. So again, it's an opportunity with this particular bond for Measure BB, and the steps involved here. Again, that just kind of shows that there's some opportunity at the end. It helps the taxpayer overall in terms of those savings within the respective tax rates. And so we've just noted here what, we started this work back in June. We've been working through the summer and now bringing this forward to you. And this, based on the board's action today and the resolution, we will distribute to the financial market tomorrow that preliminary official statement, which basically starts solicitation to possible investors and those parties that would be interested on that pricing on August 20th. And we would close the transaction in September.
So we just needed a motion to, we approve this, correct?
And I would move that.
I would like to make a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Before we approve. As a taxpayer, paying a little bit less on my property taxes, I definitely am in favor of this. Any little bit helps. So I would strongly support this.
Consider your mortgage payment. If you have an opportunity to cut it from, say, 7 or 8% to 2%, I think we would all be rushing for the door at the bank to make that happen. Yep. And this is the same thing. We need to watch the markets and find places where we can start saving money, especially on interest, which doesn't wind up in our pockets, it winds up in other people's pockets.
Trustee Segura?
Thank you. So I just had one question, Dr. Sokol. Will we still be paying this off at the same time schedule as per the current rate that we have?
Yes, we're not changing the maturity. It's going to remain the same in terms, I think, the dates that are noted, like 2025 all the way to 2029. It's just the interest rate now will change.
Thank you.
And I hope this reveals that, how much the board works and how much the leadership team has worked to be responsible stewards of the monies in bonds to make sure that, we're offering our taxpayers a reduced amount by working this rate decrease. So I'll second the motion for that was made.
Davis? Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura? Yes. Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Now we move on to F3, ma'am. Yep. So report on board request for information and policy direction to staff and board communication. Any of my colleagues would like to speak? Would anyone?
Yeah, a couple of things happened in the last month or so, and I just wanted to report out. Thank you, Ms. Davis, for mentioning our phase 2 of the voter registration drive district-wide. As you're aware, more than 1,300 students registered to vote in our first pass. We're hoping that the excitement over what's happening leading up to our November elections will motivate students to sign up. And I've left a schedule, a nice red, white, and blue schedule by the door. So anybody leaving who's interested in getting kids to sign up, perhaps you yourself want to get registered. If you're not already, please do. Also, I want to thank everybody on our school district staff who came out to our CPR, AED, education classes over the course of the last month or so, and particularly with the busy schedule here, our trustees, Mr. Segura and Ms. Eva Lopez Cepeda. Thank you so very much, and you are now experts in saving a life. I also wanted you to be aware that the district is making a considerable investment in new automated external defibrillators. You know them basically as AEDs, and it's the most effective way to help save a life if somebody has gone into cardiac arrest. We have had donations from Point Loma Nazarene University of boxes to put these AEDs in. We're in the process of buying state-of-the-art Philips brand AEDs, and Mr. Segura and Ms. Lopez Cepeda got a real lesson in how to use these things if they want to comment on it, finding that it's a whole lot easier than most people think. So I hope that anybody within the sound of my voice won't be frightened off to taking some classes going forward, and will join a growing team of people here in the district who are learning to save lives, and where time is of essence. Just so you know, we're moving now past our first phase of staff members here at the district, and we'll be moving next to students. We will be training our 9th and 10th graders, and then bringing in the 7th and 8th graders to learn from the older students. And the idea, and I'll wrap it up here, the idea is that over time, every student in our district will have the knowledge, the ability to save a life if somebody goes down with a cardiac arrest. They can be the first responders who truly will make a difference between life and death for somebody who is experiencing a crisis. So I want to thank the leadership of the district for supporting these efforts, although somehow I think maybe I kind of crashed in on this. But thank you all for your patience with this. And I want to thank everybody who's been part of the training. And please watch your inboxes. We'll be coming back to training more of our staff members too, because truly you can be the first responder and the person who will make a difference between life and death for a colleague, a friend, a student who goes down with an emergency. So thank you for that.
Well, as you heard, I did participate and I did get my accomplishment done. Back in the Stone Age, I actually used to teach advanced life support CPR and to emergency personnel, and getting your rhythm and breaths and stuff like that. This is so much easier, so much easier. So if you are considering it, please, please participate. It's a non-stress level. The dummies are really good. They'll let you know if you're doing it right or not, and it goes by really fast. It was an enjoyable experience, and I'm glad I upgraded my skills. Yeah, the AED is actually fabulous because it tells you what to do step by step. But getting the practice and understanding and getting the feel of the different pieces makes a big difference. So again, please, if you have the opportunity, please participate. And I believe that was the only thing I participated in.
Well, that's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
Sure, I'll go. So yes, I have my certification right here. See, I did the hour, and I've done CPR training a lot in the past, just from working in the electrical industry. Just something you have to do because you get shocked, and sometimes people need help with that. But yeah, I've never had the AED training, and it was very simple, and the training was really good, and you really got to push down on the chest, and those dummies are incredible. That give you the feedback whether you're doing it or not, and you do it 100 times. I mean, you were just going off 100 times, and it's a workout. So I really appreciate that. You being out there, Trustee Emerald, and you do a real good job with that, and getting out there and bringing things that are very important, and whether it's the voter registration or this, and you're out there and you're really good at that. And I actually went to the Castle Park High. That's where Vice President and I went and toured the athletic field as it's being demoed, and it was almost demoed. It's completely demoed now. They were still just kind of working on it, but although it's just dirt, it's beautiful. It's just the whole area is just really improved, and I was happy to learn that that in the very back there was going to be some volleyball courts, sand volleyball courts put in for our students, because that's a sport that's very popular now, and I thought that was very, very good. So, I mean, that field's been there, and that whole area, and it's huge. I forget how many acres it is, that part that they're 13 acres. That's a lot of land. And if you have 13 acres, you're going to store a lot of stuff there. When you're there for 60 years, so all that stuff's gone. That's all trashed. And appreciate Janae, your team there, for helping to clean out and get everything out of there and make it, so that it's going to be a clean slate to build a beautiful facility for the students in our community. I also did a visit to Palomar High and listened to the teachers there. We appointed the principal today, so I actually did a listening tour there with the teachers and staff, and that was very informative on what they were looking for in their new principal. And I believe they got it with bells on. That they have an incredible principal there. And that concludes my report. And I would like to thank the Castle Park High students. It's not easy to get students to come to a meeting after school and be here. And I appreciate that they're them presenting on the medical and pathway and the science. And my daughter's, as you know, she's studying biology at UC Santa Barbara right now, although she's currently in Sussex University of Sussex in England, studying physics. A whole year's worth of physics in 2 months. Can you imagine that? Yeah, why you would sign up for that? That's her, my wife's call. I don't, get too much involved. I know when to keep my mouth shut, but she's hanging in there, and she actually finished her first session. She's on her second session, and they were studying electricity. And she happened to run into, or one of her classmates, her dad's an electrician too, or is a retired electrician. So they teamed up and they said, we're going to learn all this because our dad's an electrician. It's in us. So that was very amusing. But she's doing really well, and I know she's counting. She sent me a text this morning counting the days till she comes home, which is August 24th. So it's been a great experience for her. But I know she misses the home and our great country. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to just say something briefly. I just want to wish all the teachers at Hilltop and Bonita Vista that a wonderful year, and the students as well. I know it's a lot of hope starting the year. Speaking with my kids starting the year with hope about the next year of choir, and then hopefully of sports. And it's also the anxiety of starting a new school, going from the middle school to the high school. But I've really seen the best of our district, both at Hilltop and Bonita Vista, in terms of teachers being and working really, really well, and counselors as well, even though they're overwhelmed with all the changes they have to make to assure that the students are getting to where they're supposed to be. And I wish you all luck, and I wish you all a lot of rest, because I know the first 3 weeks of school, when I was a teacher, used to drain me to the point that I just walk in and I'd fall asleep on the couch for about 30 minutes and try catching my breath to cook something, right? So just good luck, and know that your work is so appreciated and so loved, both counselors and teachers and classified staff. And with that, well, let's get started up. Item F8, oh no, I'm sorry, F9. Pulled by Mr. Segura.
Yes. So I pulled this just to speak in favor of it. I'm a big believer in the labor agreement and what it brings to our community, to our students, and I truly believe it's helped foster a solid relationship with the trades that are here. You want them here, they'll be here, and just with the opportunities there in apprenticeship. I was reading an article around the electrical contract. I still do that, even though I'm out of that industry. I still do it. And the electricians, the opportunities for apprentices in the electrical industry it's scheduled to go up, or predicted to go up 6% every year, which is a lot, which is like triple what it normally is, because there's old guys like me retiring, and they need younger apprentices, and younger people doing the work. So it's a great opportunity, and I truly believe in this agreement.
Second?
Was
I
that
take
a
it that was a
motion?
move.
That was my motion.
I think he
Thank
said
you.
at the beginning that he wanted to support,
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item G3. Pulled by staff.
Thank you, President Arancibia. On this item, Dr. Winters will be presenting on a pilot program that is being brought in with the platform known as Khan Academy. This particular platform is an artificial intelligence tutoring module. And again, we wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to present. If you may recall, last school year, we brought forward a set of guidelines regarding artificial intelligence. And so we wanted to make sure we had an opportunity for Dr. Winters to present. And if there's any questions that can be addressed, we wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to bring this forward so the community can be aware of kind of the work that's being done, again, in a pilot program. So it's not across the district at this time. It's a pilot program, but I'll ask Dr. Winters to make the presentation. Dr. Winters.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre, and good evening, President Arancibia and members of the board and public. So we want to talk to you about the Conmigo pilot and give a chance for you to understand exactly what we're trying to accomplish and how we're trying to accomplish it, and of course answer any questions you have related to that. So the Conmigo pilot Conmigo comes from the Khan Academy. You may be familiar with Sal Khan, the gentleman who created a whole company because he learned how to tutor his nieces on math problems. So he created a basically video tutoring program that became Khan Academy. So they really have several years in the tutoring space of supporting students. And so he has partnered with ChatGPT and OpenAI to use artificial intelligence to support his tutoring model in kind of marrying the best of tutoring with the OpenAI model. In Sweetwater, we've decided to give this a try with 1,000 students, approximately 35 teachers for this school year. And I'm going to tell you exactly how we plan to roll that out and what we hope to learn from it as we pilot this program. First, Dr. Aguirre mentioned the guidelines you approved last year that we created and now use. We don't have policies yet. And the reason we did it that way is because AI is so new and evolving that we felt we needed to learn a little bit before we jumped in to create hard and fast policies. So in our pilot with Conmigo, we are following the policies or the guidelines that we created. So we're exploring AI with caution. We're not jumping in and doing the whole district. We're piloting with 1,000 students, 35 teachers, because we want to learn exactly what it does and doesn't do well. And we're evaluating the program, which I'll talk about a little bit later, exactly the elements of evaluation we want to put into this pilot. And we want to ramp up security was one of our guidelines. And so we will have consent forms for any student who participates in the program. We've seen other districts jump in feet first with AI and land in the mud. And so we're going to go carefully and make sure that parents say, I'm in on this. I'll agree to my child can consent to participate. And so we've added that extra layer of consent for any student who uses it in this pilot. And lastly, our guidelines say we want to educate, iterate, and learn. So whatever we do learn, whether it works or doesn't, we'll share that broadly with the Sweetwater community. And so let's talk more about evaluation. We're going to compare the students in this program with those who receive human tutors. We have Hey Tutor, we have Avid Tutors. We've been supporting those for years. We know that tutoring is effective in those cases. So we're going to compare the Conmigo students with the students who are getting personalized human tutors and some control groups, students who get tutoring and don't get any kind of tutoring, either human or artificial intelligence. And we're going to compare them against these measures, GPA and attendance. Did their grades get better from last year? Is their attendance better from last year? We'll add to that as well some survey data. We're going to give regular surveys to determine whether or not the students who are with this program, are they more interested in school and their class? And how do they get along with the artificial intelligence as well? So those are the questions we'll be asking in the survey. And here's the program goal kind of outlined for you. I mentioned that we want to see improvement in GPA, attendance, and engagement in school. Our focus students have been English learners and students with disabilities. In fact, I didn't say much about how we recruited the teachers, but we asked each school to choose a teacher who was supporting these students in particular. We felt classes like Avid Excel, which is long-term English learners, and Study Skills, which are RSP students and STC students get Study Skills, would be ideal classes. So we first saw teachers who were teaching those classes, and we couldn't get every school to choose from those two. So some schools have kids up through students with disabilities and English learners in other classes as well, like Prep for Success is one, but also some AP students as well. We want to try it out with a wide variety of students. So we just about have every school. There's about 5 or 6 more that we're still recruiting from those schools, and we'll make sure that they get a chance to pick at least a teacher that's had these students or that's just interested in tech and won't be scared of technology. So we'll have every school incorporated before we get this thing started later this month. And so why tutoring and why AI? So one thing we know is that tutoring has a very strong research base. In fact, Sal Khan, when he started his tutoring program, called it the 2 sigma problem, meaning if you looked at some of the research over tutoring and one-on-one tutoring, that students grew 2 standard deviations. That's a huge increase of any educational intervention. And so we know tutoring by itself has been very effective. Secondly, we know AI is here, and the promise of AI is over the roof, but we also believe there's some peril with AI as well. And thus, we're not doing it for 35,000 students, but this small group of students, and we really want to test it out to make sure it can deliver on what it promises, and the protections are in place so parents are consenting and students know what they're getting into. There is teacher training, and so in fact, that first teacher training is offered to the groups that we've chosen so far as next week. We have up to 12 hours of virtual sessions. We want to make sure teachers that are willing to do this program get the support to do it as well as they can. The primary responsibility or goal is the tutoring implementation. And when we met with the Conmigo staff, one interesting they mentioned, they piloted this across the country over last year. And what they said the primary or the goal is that at least 25% of the students get what they consider full implementation, which is 10 engagements a month. So I thought, well, they don't set the bar very high. So that tells me that kids aren't really jumping into this with great enthusiasm, which doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's technology, and especially struggling students. It's hard enough for humans to get struggling students to work hard. Right. Imagine a chatbot who can be technology. It may or may not work. So they set the bar kind of low at 25%. We'll see how our students do with that goal. Secondarily, there are teacher tools, and now the Conmigo teacher tools, when we first started this partnership, were a part of the price, but halfway through they decided they made it free for every teacher anyway. So the teachers who are in this program will get the benefit of the additional training to use those tools well, and we'll see whether they are beneficial or not, but that's our secondary goal, would be those teacher tools that are available. So that, in a nutshell, is the Conmigo pilot and how we plan to go about it. I'd love to entertain your questions at this time, if you have any.
And, no, good.
I have a question. Dr. Winters, my question to you is, in comparison between the live tutoring and the AI tutoring, you said you were going to be using attendance and GPA. Now, for the academics, are there any formative assessments that can be used? Because waiting for the summative with the GPA, it's a long stretch.
So the challenge with that would be that these students don't all have common courses, therefore they don't have common assessments. Because like I mentioned, some of the courses, Avid Excel, Study Skills, et cetera, GPA actually is available every 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, I believe. We have progress reports and then semesters. So we will have some data as early as mid-September. But the better data will probably be in that second progress report, because we're not going to really get this rolling till the end of this month at best. So there is GPA that we'll see in those different benchmarks. I think attendance as well. We can look at any point in the school year to see whether attendance is getting better or not.
Yeah. And also the attendance on the actual sessions themselves, right? Because I mean that's what you're tracking is the frequency and the number of visits that they have in AI versus face to face. Correct? That's
correct. So if like the Conmigo folks who run it said that engagement is one thing you're going to measure, and so we want to measure engagement. Did they actually use the program? Yeah. But secondarily, as you mentioned, did they actually learn more because of it? So GPA is the easiest data for us to collect because we don't have common assessments that those students have.
So I am hoping that there is the tracker that shows the engagement versus, I remember as a classroom teacher, my littles would log in and say, I'm doing it, I'm logged in. And of course, they'd work one thing and then wait 10 minutes and, you know, and then do something else. So that's my concern, that they don't sit there looking at the screen and no engagement.
Absolutely. We'll get to exactly what they mean by engagement. I do believe that what they have records of are the actual chats the students make with the artificial intelligent chatbot. So we'll have those records of exactly what they said. Whether it's like, how did the Padres do last night, or how to improve my math. That'd be the ideal.
I get my last question for you, Dr. Winters, is this, it seems to me that the promise of AI has very much been tempered in the last 2 quarters, as opposed to what we thought was going to do it and how it was going to replace instruction and going to replace tutoring. That's just not going to happen, no, right?
I can't predict the future, but I would agree with you. I think AI is a tool, and we're willing to try it out and see if it works on this small scale. I don't believe the hype of it replacing us very soon.
That's a good hip-hop song. Don't believe the hype. Yes.
I'm all about the hip-hop, so thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, and again, our goal is to take a measured approach. This is a tool that, if truly available to help our students, particularly our students most in need of improvement, I think that it's, again, an effort in bringing additional resources with a lens towards measuring the total impact on students from a tutoring perspective. I just want to emphasize that, underscore that. Right. This is only for tutoring. This will never replace a human instructor. I want to be, like, that is one of the underlying assumptions. This is only a support.
Motion to approve?
This is only a report, sir.
This is informational.
Oh, just informational?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. Item G9 then.
Yes, I have one speaker, Elizabeth Luensen Garcia.
Hello again. If you set foot on any campus in our district and a student asks, who do I go to with my college and career questions? What is your answer? Usually, it's go see your counselor. So I asked ChatGPT, speaking of AI. I love AI. I play with it, and it's like it knows what I'm going to say. So when I asked ChatGPT the same question, who do I go to with my college and career questions, ChatGPT told me, the main person on a school campus who provides college and career resources is typically the school counselor or college and career advisor. These professionals help students with academic planning, college applications, financial aid, scholarships, career exploration. They are often the primary point of contact for students seeking guidance on post-secondary education and career pathways. So district leadership, tell me why, again, counselors are left out of the selection, planning, and implementation of an online platform like Pathful. A simple Google search of Pathful says it assists with, quote, your college and career readiness journey, close quote. The description continues to say, quote, Pathful is the complete college and career readiness system that helps students decide what they want to be and how to prepare, close quote. But why are counselors again left out of the process in implementing a college and career readiness program in our district? Let me remind you that we do have a counselor standards committee who's ready and willing to offer their expertise in implementing these types of programs, but we are not again allotted the opportunity to do so. Pathful looks like a great program, a wonderful tool we can use. Yet our district has yet to implement the state-sponsored californiacolleges.edu in collaboration with the California College Guidance Initiative, also known as CCGI, which is highly encouraged by CARPE, which our district is a part of. San Diego County of Ed and many of our neighboring districts are a part of CCGI. And your district counselors have been advocating for californiacolleges.edu for years. My ask, please bring the plans for implementation of Pathful to the Counselor Standards Committee. Thank you.
No further speakers?
Mayor. So I'll ask Dr. Alvarez to address some of these questions. Since these are coming from this particular contract from Teaching and Learning. Dr. Alvarez.
Good afternoon, Dr. Aguirre, Dr. Arancibia, board members. So Pathful is the new name for NEPRIS. NEPRIS has been in our district for the last 5 years. It was brought to the counselors when we decided we're looking for platforms that could be helpful with career, industry. It provided some career expertise in terms of professionals in a career, specific career avenues, having one-on-one conversations, videos with students. So it is not a platform that's new to the district. It's not one that we're just bringing forward. They did change their name under which they were operating last year. And so it is something that we have worked with. It is used primarily in our CTE courses. So as they're doing their explorations in their career pathways based on the CTE standards, that's where the teacher component is. Certainly our counselors are very valuable and some of the first points of contact when looking at college and career exploration. So we can certainly continue that dialogue and provide some additional supports. But it's not a new platform, it's just changed its name, and we have had it in the district for the last 5 years.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez de Peda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item H5, pulled by the public.
Yes, I have one speaker, Elizabeth Luinseng Garcia.
We are on
H5.
H5.
Okay, cool. All right. This is my last one, y'all. Okay. So, Wellness Together. So I'm thankful that my school site sent me to the Wellness Together conference in the fall of 2022. It was a wonderful experience, and I walked away with many resources to share with my team at Sweetwater High. I'm excited to hear that Wellness Together is starting a partnership with our district. Yet, let's read the fine lines. They are only going to be at select school sites, and the MOU stated, quote, mental health specialists will provide up to 24 hours of services at their designated site, not to exceed 48 hours of service district-wide, end quote. If short-term therapy for teens dealing with specific issues such as mild anxiety or situational stress might last for about 8 to 12 sessions, this roughly translates to about 8 to 12 hours of total therapy time per student. So the math isn't mathing. How are sites identified? How are students identified? We have many students across the district who are on wait lists for mental health supports. How can these students access the service? Then what happens when the student needs more support? Who will do the follow-through? Who will make the referrals? And how does this fit the MTSS model in our schools? It's wonderful that our district is partnering with programs and organizations to offer services to our students. But are we bringing these programs into our schools with a thought-out plan and consulting those who will be supporting these programs? Thank you.
No further speakers.
If I may, Dr. Arancibia, I'll ask Dr. Moore to comment and respond since this is an area from Student Services. Dr. Moore?
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, I should say. Thank you. The Wellness Together contract is one of many contracts that we have providing mental health support services for our students. In fact, the following contract, H6, is another one of the contracts. This particular one is a Wellness Together is a unique partnership with San Diego County Office of Education, in that these services from Wellness Together are provided at no cost for the district. In the landscape of student mental health services, this is something that I believe is talked about a lot, but we're not seeing exactly the dollar amounts and allocations come to the district that cover the need of mental health services. As the speaker mentioned, there are students on waiting lists from their providers. We have noticed that there's an uptick in students requesting mental health services, and we're always looking to hire clinicians, qualified clinicians for some of our available openings. And some of those openings are connected to our special services and students in special services that are required by their IEPs. So Wellness Together is one of many contracts that we have to cover this growing need. And the schools that were selected were part of an original contract that we're renewing essentially from years ago. We actually were going to be reducing to 2 schools that were going to be covered by Wellness Together, but we worked with the county and the specific provider to expand it to the 3 that are listed there. And the coverage is limited, but again, it's an effort to provide as many resources as possible.
So it's free? Dr. Moore, it's free?
I'm sorry?
This is free?
This is, yes, provided to our district and students at no cost.
As my mom used to say, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, right? And this is one of the things where I wouldn't sit there and actually complain about something that's being given to you for free. This is a clear take for the, and great work. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've got a question. You say that there are limited hours for the use of these clinicians. Is that correct? Did you want to come up and answer that question, somebody? This Wellness Together allows for a limited number of hours to come into the district and work with the students. Could somebody answer that
Trustee
question?
Emerald, that's specified in the contract. It's a limited contract, yes.
Right, because with regard to mental health, especially with kids, it takes a while to build trust with a therapist. And I know this from personal experience. And often trust is built over weeks, months, years. And I'm wondering, would this really be a benefit to our kids if they see somebody one day, somebody else the next day, and then poof, these therapists are gone? Are we setting the kids up for disappointment and perhaps putting up barriers to other new therapists who have come in to help them fix their problems? And I don't mean for that to sound facetious. I think it's a very real issue, and I want to know how management here would address this and whether this is necessarily a positive thing we would be hoisting on the kids.
Thank you for the question. And again, this is a renewal. We've worked with this partner in the past, and just as a professional aspect of counseling, very typically, if there's a provider that's not able to continue to give services in a particular case, there's the warm handoff, if you will, or consulting with our managing program manager, our director of special services, to continue services that may have to abruptly end. We haven't had necessarily that complaint or that brought to our attention from students that have been or families that have accessed this service. So I can't speak to cases where service has been cut off. Generally, in this professional environment, there is follow through.
I'm really questioning whether or not we want to we want to say that we're going to create a healthy a relationship of trust between a therapist and a young person. And by the time the young person starts kind of figuring out maybe this is an okay person to talk to, they're gone. Maybe somebody else is brought in and the process has to start over again. I think we should continue to look at other services that provide longer-term care to our kids and helps them build trust. And for that reason, I will not be supporting this measure tonight.
Yeah, Dr. Aguirre.
Thank you, President Arancibia. And my response to that would be, this is a program that's being funded from another agency. So this is really, if it's not funded through another agency, the state is, I think what Dr. Moore was very diplomatically trying to communicate, at the end of the day, the state is cutting back how much funding they're giving schools, not offering more. So however, we have a willing party that's able to provide additional supports. While imperfect, that is why this recommendation is coming forward, and that's the justification for that.
I hear what you're saying, but instead of talking about money, we should be talking about what's best for the kid. And if we're not offering long-term relationship with a counselor, it can be a negative for the child. And so in this area, we need to think not so much about money and how much we can save, but what is going to be the best approach to serving young people who have mental health issues.
Trustees Lopez Cepeda, go ahead.
May I interject? As a classroom teacher, I referred a lot of students for help, and I used the services that were available. And my kiddos would respond within 1 or 2 sessions because these people are very experienced with the age group that they're working with. And there was follow through with me, the classroom teacher, their parents. And if there was to be a continuation, then it would be passed, all of that would be arranged before their final session. So they knew that this is where their last session, and many times they had the new person come in to make the transfer of services. So I am in favor of this because we need to get what we have. The more we have, the better we are in obtaining other services for the kids if there's more that needs to be done.
And then the other part too, that just to kind of keep in mind is if you cut the program, then you have to reapply, and then which begins a whole another process of starting it up and getting validity all over again for the program. So I'm in support of this as well. I move to go ahead and to approve this.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
No.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 no.
Item H6, pulled by the public.
Yes, I have 3 speakers. Angelica Martinez.
Good evening, board members. I come before you today with the serious concerns regarding the recent contract for outpatient behavioral health services valued at $2,887,500. While addressing mental health needs in our schools is crucial, the way these services are being contracted out raises several issues that we must address. First and foremost, this contract creates a significant disparity between the treatment of our dedicated teachers and the external contractors hired to provide these services. Our teachers, who are already underpaid and under-resourced, are not receiving the same level of compensation or support as these outside professionals. The disparity not only undermines the value of our teachers' work, but also contributes to inequity with our schools. Additionally, the contract lacks specific details about the wages and the benefit of the external personnel. This absence of information is troubling, as fair compensation is essential for ensuring high-quality services and maintaining employee morale. Without clarity on how these external professionals are compensated, we risk creating further divisions between our internal staff and contractor service providers. Another critical issue is the lack of information about the training and qualifications of the personnel involved. Effective and culturally competent mental health services require well-trained professionals, yet the contract provides no details about the training these individuals receive. This lack of transparency raises questions about the quality of care being provided and whether it meets the high standards necessary for our students. Moreover, we face a significant gap in public oversight. While confidentiality is important, it should not be used as an excuse to obscure how our resources are being utilized. The public deserves to know how funds are being allocated and how services are being delivered to ensure accountability and effectiveness. An additional concern is the inconsistency in service provision. For instance, at some schools, students might see different professionals at different times, creating a lack of continuity of care. This inconsistency is problematic, especially when our schools already have psychologists who are responsible for overseeing all students. If we have qualified school psychologists on campus, it raises the question of why we need to outsource these services. What role are our in-house professionals playing, and why aren't they being utilized more effectively to address our students' needs? In summary, I urge the board to address these issues by ensuring fair compensation for all personnel, providing transparency regarding wages and training, and establishing robust public oversight. Furthermore, reconsider the need for outsourcing when in-house professionals are available to ensure a consistent and effective approach to mental health services for our students. Thank you very much.
Kenya Peraza.
Hello, members of the board. I want to also address a pressing issue regarding the recent contract for outpatient behavioral health services valued at $2,887,500. While the intention behind this contract to support our students' mental health is commendable, there are significant concerns about the broader impact it has on our community, our schools, and our educators. Firstly, this contract effectively diverts mental health services from our teachers who are unionized and deeply integrated into our school communities. By outsourcing these critical services, we are undermining our dedicated educators who not only teach but also often serve as frontline support for our students. This shift reduces the number of union jobs, weakening the role of our teachers and diminishing the valuable personal connections they have with their students. It's crucial to remember that teachers who are familiar with their students' unique needs and challenges are often best equipped to support them. Furthermore, this contract moves mental health services away from neighborhood schools, creating a situation where community members must travel to access care. This separation can cause significant inconvenience and barriers to access, particularly for families who may already face logistical or financial challenges. Local schools are not just educational institutions. They are community hubs where families feel a sense of belonging. Removing services from these schools can erode this sense of community and make it harder for families to engage with the support systems their children needs. Additionally, placing these services in non-local setting can unintentionally perpetuate stigma around mental health issues. When services are centralized and removed from familiar environments, it can make seeking help seem more daunting and may deter family from accessing the support their children's needs. This is especially concerning for English learners and low-income families who are already disproportionately affected by stigma and barriers to accessing services. Moreover, the reliance on outsourced services can place undue pressure on families, particularly from from low-income backgrounds who may feel forced into using these services to access necessary care. This can create a financial burden and exploit the medical system and a revenue stream rather than focusing on truly meeting the needs of our students and families. Thank you.
Roxanne Palestino.
Regarding the contract for outpatient behavioral health services to provide in the amount of $2,887,500. This significant amount is intended to provide crucial mental health support to our students, a vital service that can make a profound difference in their lives. However, we face a serious concern about the transparency and its community involvement in this process. Currently, the absence of a community advisory committee, CAC, has raised questions about how these funds are being utilized and whether they are truly meeting the needs of our students and families. Community advisory committees are not just a formality. They are essential for ensuring that services are delivered effectively and that the community's voice is heard. The CAC's role includes advising on the allocation of resources, setting priorities, and ensuring that services are accessible and culturally appropriate. Their involvement guarantees that our decisions are informed by diverse perspectives and that we remain accountable to those who we serve. Without a CAC, we risk missing critical input from the very people who are affected by these decisions, our students and their families. This lack of oversight can lead to a disconnect between the services provided and the actual needs of our community. Moreover, it diminishes the transparency of how substantial funds like this are managed and spent. I urge you to consider the importance of having CAC members who are committed and not absent. You guys appointed all members, we have not seen them once, to oversee this contract. By doing so, we can ensure that every dollar is spent wisely, that services are tailored to our community's needs, and that there is clear, open communication about how these funds are making a difference. Let's work together to build trust and effectiveness in our programs, ensuring transparency and community involvement will not only strengthen our commitment to providing quality mental health services, but also reinforce the bond between our schools and the community we serve. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you, Dr. Arancibia. So first I'd like to address what it sounds like to be an erroneous misunderstanding. If you pay close attention to the plain text on the item, it says this is a revenue contract. So we are not expending $2.8 million. We will be receiving $2.8 million, and we will be providing the services directly in-house. As a matter of fact, this supports that practice. So it's an opportunity for clarification. And again, when you see the word revenue contract, that means we are actually receiving revenue so that we can provide those services directly to students with our staff. And again, I welcome the opportunity to provide that clarification. And with that, this is also a contract we've had for a number of years with partnership with the County of San Diego to be able to provide mental health services. It's a long-standing contract. And again, this is where they actually provide the revenue to us. So we provide the service to students.
And the, question? And with regard to the counselors who would be taking over some cases and working with the youngsters, are these psychologists? Are there some psychiatrists? Are some of them licensed to recommend or administer medications? Could you tell us who these people are who we would be inviting onto the campus to work with these kids?
So I'll ask Dr. Moore to provide some of the specifics. I believe I have the contact, but I'll ask Dr. Moore to provide the specific information.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Trustee Emerald. These are most of the funding that comes from the County of San Diego Behavioral Health and Human Services is utilized for clinicians. And these clinicians are district employees that we hire to provide services. All of the clinicians are overseen by one of the program managers in our division, and they are also overseen by a contracted a psychiatrist that works with us and with the county. The only person that can administer medication would be that contracted psychiatrist, but they don't get involved in the cases at that level. That was only on a referral basis that a student would go see their medical provider for that type of intervention. These are, again, primarily clinicians that are hired by our district and providing services throughout.
Okay, and would they take the place of any of our unionized counselors here in the district?
Just to be clear, clinicians are part of CSEA, one of our partner labor organizations, and their job duties are very specific and specified, as opposed to the school counselor position.
So bottom line, what difference would this contract make in the effort to reach out to kids who've got some emotional and mental health issues and help to resolve them?
This contract really provides the basis and foundation for our student outpatient clinic, which is located adjacent to the campus of Montgomery Middle School. And again, the services provided are for many of our students that receive Medi-Cal and in some cases don't have access to mental health services from large providers like Kaiser and Sharp. So this contract really, the $2.8 million over 5 years sounds like a lot of money, but when you really start to break down and the funding and start talking about employees, it speaks to what I was talking about in our last item. There's a lot of talk about providing mental health services, but when it comes to funding, we search high and low to provide services to our students.
Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate your answers, and I'd like to move the item.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes. Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item H7, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Angelica Martinez.
Good evening, board members. I stand before you today to address the board item H7, which concerns the proposed contract with Westshield Adolescent Services. I urge you to vote against this contract or, at the very least, delay the decision until we have more comprehensive information and community input. Firstly, the contract with the company based in Huntington Beach, which is miles away from our South Bay community, raises immediate concerns. Westshield Adolescent Services does not have a visible track record or established relationship with South Bay families. The needs and experiences of our local community are distinct, and a company with no local presence may not fully understand or address these needs effectively. Additionally, the contract process has proceeded without any input from our Community Advisory Committee. This is a significant oversight. The Community Advisory Committee, as outlined in the California SALPA Community Advisory Committee Guide, plays a crucial role in advising on special education services, including reviewing and advising on contracts that impact our students. The absence of their input undermines the community's ability to ensure that services align with our local needs and priorities. It's also concerning that the selection of Westshield Adolescent Services appears to be at the sole discretion of Dr. Vernon Moore. This lack of transparent and collaborative selection process further diminishes trust in how these crucial decisions are made. When contracts are awarded without clear, documented criteria and without engaging relevant stakeholders, we risk making decisions that may not be best to serve our students without our community. Moreover, the proposal lacks crucial details, such as the financial value of the contract. Without knowing the financial commitment involved, we cannot adequately assess whether this investment is justified or whether it provides good value for our community. Transparency about the contract's cost and terms is essential for informed decision making. In conclusion, I strongly urge the board to either vote against the contract or delay the decision until we have more information, including the financial details and input from our Community Advisory Committee. We need to ensure that any service provider we engage has a proven track record, understands our community's unique needs, and that the process is transparent and inclusive. Thank you for your attention to this important matter.
No further speakers.
Yeah, one more question.
some
Yeah.
clarification.
I hear from our counselors who we appreciate to no end that their schedules are packed, that it's a challenge to get to all of the kids who need help, and I totally respect that the work they're doing. But that means that there are a lot of kids out there who may not have a place to go. Would these people with this organization, which I see serves a number of groups here in the region, would they be supplanting our staff psychologists, or would this be an organization that could help backstop all of the work that needs to be done?
Thank you, President Arancibia. So the brief answer is they do not supplant because MPSs provide a service that is not available within the district for a different variety of reasons, but I'll ask Dr. Moore to go more in depth into that brief answer.
Again, Trustee Eberl, thank you for the question. So the contracts that you see before you as with regards to our non-public, non-sectarian schools and agencies are a list of agencies that have gone through our SELPA, our special education local planning area, to be reviewed and approved. And these are an ongoing list. Sometimes we have to add to the list, and in this particular case, West Shield Adolescent Services is really a transportation service for our students that sometimes need transportation to non-public schools that can be located anywhere in the country. There are many varying needs for our students with IEPs and special services. Is charged with reviewing those cases very, very seriously, working with families through the IEP process and medical situations. And oftentimes there are students that we have to refer to out-of-district services because the service, the level of service they need is not something we have within our district. And so what you see here for agencies and schools are exactly that. These are some very specific cases that are reviewed by our local planning area for special education. They are brought to you as the board to review and see which partnerships we're dealing with. And then our contracts are really on an as-needed basis. So we pay for the service if we need the service in most cases.
Gotcha. Thank you for that explanation, because I don't want anybody to leave this room tonight believing that we're entering into contracts that will eliminate hard-earned positions here in this district, of counselors, people who work with our kids to help them feel better about themselves and be more successful in school. That this is an opportunity for us to have extra outside resources that will serve youngsters that need more than we can offer, if I've heard you correctly.
May I interject?
Go ahead.
I would like to interject that my daughter has or had a vision dysfunction that could not be addressed within her elementary district and the Sweetwater High School district, and therefore we sought treatment at the San Diego Center for Vision Care. You want the best people there to provide the services that your child needs. And I believe that's what we're doing by contracting with these agencies. I'm speaking from experience. I had the referral. I paid for it. I paid over $25,000 for my daughter's service. And it was hard, but it was worth every penny. As a parent with special needs, you go to where the best is. And I'd like you to know that that center, the head developmental optometrist, is the third in the nation, the only one here in California with the level of expertise that I could get for my child. Otherwise, I'd be going to New York. So I am in favor of this, and I motion that we approve.
Seconded.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item K4, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
I call your attention to the second attachment indicated at the bottom of this agenda item page. I have raised this concern numerous times and would highly recommend all on the dais review at their leisure. The second page, look at the total amount, and educate yourselves on these transfers, remembering ignorance is not an excuse. 6 pages of books and supplies money transfers. I encourage all to review the K4 agenda item and the attachment pages. Surely you too will have questions. Explain something to me. With all of this money designated for books and supplies, why are our teachers constantly paying for their own supplies? Why are our students bringing home old books at the beginning of each year in terrible condition? I've raised this concern before, and time after time am given the same answer, which is followed by a plethora of texts and emails, some containing pictures from parents and teachers. Look at the date and condition of this book. Perhaps rather than putting monies into a book and supply fund that will not be spent on books or supplies, you need to create a fund that is labeled undetermined how it will be spent. Then you would not have Mrs. Cheers up here asking the question, which I've been asking for 20 plus years, because this isn't the first group that's done it. But the last group, when I stood here and did it, they just kind of ignored me. But then all of a sudden, truth came to bear, and they needed to answer some questions, and they couldn't. So I'm just asking you to look at it from our perspective. When we see books and supplies, and then we have our teachers on Facebook pages and on what's the next door apps complaining about having to spend money on supplies, we're going, but wait a minute, I just saw, so please consider that. Thank you very much.
No further speakers.
Any clarification from?
Yes.
Just
So I'll ask Dr. Salt.
Okay, please don't. Please don't. I'm feeling testy.
I believe that is, I believe that, that's, so.
I'll move.
I will second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
I don't know how you can ignore Mrs. Cheers. But, yes, I approve.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item M2, approve, ratify planning and construction consultant agreements and amendments pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
Mrs. Segura, you're going to miss me come December. I know you are. And I'm going to have a gift for you. It's your last meeting.
You'll know where I'll be. You know where I'll be.
Finally, the deserving students of Granger will see much-needed improvements on their campus. Finally, the tax-paying parents are being treated with the respect that they deserve. Finally, the teachers and admin support staff will be providing their excellent teaching and leadership skills in an improved learning environment. This is a community that for some reason was long ago forgotten, though they were and are more than deserving. Dr. Aguirre can attest to the fact that I was snuck onto the campus years ago and pointed some things out and then came before the board. But alas, trustees, hopefully you've taken the time to review the entire consultant summary agenda item, noting the exorbitant amount of money is going towards your continued focus, athletics. If you thought by building these fields, the aquatic center, and layering on more paint on dilapidated campuses, it would sway the community to vote in more taxes, you may just find yourself finally getting the picture. No more taxes. You have bled us dry. More importantly, you have failed to honor your previous promises by focusing on your charge, education, not athletics. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Thank you very much. And I want to say a big thank you to Ms. Quirk and your team for pulling together the money needed to get going on Montgomery High School's big turf and the modernization of the facilities at Mar Vista High School. These are projects have been waiting a long time. As the district has gone up and down and with all of its issues, and your folks did look in every corner, any dark place for the money that we needed to do this. And this is not just the sports issue. This is about some important issues of education and also safety issues. The facilities there at Mar Vista, for example, the kids have to stay off those stands because they're not safe. With a turf issue at Montgomery, there's a risk of injury and young athletes maybe being injured to the point where their athletic careers are over. So thank you for moving ahead with this, and we look forward to seeing these beautiful projects when it's time for ribbon cutting, and I'd like to move the item.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item M3, ratify change orders for construction projects pulled by public.
Kathleen Cheers?
So happy for the deserving students of Olympian High. Olympian, from its very onset, viewed as Sweetwater's educational center on the hill. Initially led by DeVore, now under great leadership of Ms. Mitrovic. Modern campus, state-of-the-art classrooms, very impressive. What the taxpaying community expects for their children. It is indeed a shame West Side School students are not viewed through the same lens by the dais. Deserving new classroom buildings where they and their teachers benefit from a board whose focus is education versus athletics. Instead, their classrooms and campuses have deteriorated beyond repair, receiving instead a slathering of layers upon layers of paint and roof patch jobs versus state-of-the-art classrooms in new buildings promised in all of the previous bonds. Montgomery High School's football field was done in under Prop BB. I was part of that committee. I also brought before the board at that time a gentleman from Dallas, Texas, who put in the Dallas, Texas field, and he was willing to come out here and basically give us a new field for Montgomery High School. But it didn't happen. And so we got, as he told me we would, we received substandard turf. So while we in the community are grateful for the turf, if they would have done it right the first time, we might not be here tonight. Thank you very much.
No further speakers.
I'll make a motion for approval.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item N7, approve amendment of bid 24876 DP extending the completion date and agreement term with High Tech Painting Incorporated to January 10th, 2025. That's pulled by the public.
Kathleen Cheers?
If you had any question as to whether Mrs. Cheers can beat a dead horse, you should ask my husband. After 47 years, he'll tell you, I am the champion of it. It does not escape the community's attention that once again, right before you're asking for a new multi-million-dollar bond, you are painting school campuses inside and out rather than leveling and building new modern classrooms on this deserving Castle Park Middle campus. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Move to approve.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And according to my counts, and I could be wrong, I think we're on the last item, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the last item for today is item Q2, adopting resolution 4920 designating September 15th, 2024 to October 15th, 2024 as National Latinx Heritage Month. I'm glad we got rid of the Hispanic. You know, I'm actually happy and that we're Latinos
That was,
again.
if I may, Mr. President, that was one of the main
Oh, sure,
reasons
sure,
why
sure.
I wanted to pull that, not only to, so we didn't just do it on the consent, that it is very important, but because of that, I've always been offended by that. And I truly appreciate the way this is written, and especially all the work that Latinos, Latinas, Latinx have done in our world, in our country. Astronauts, we got it covered all the way, you know, here and there. And I'm very proud to be a Latino, and I'm very proud that we're recognizing not only with this, but with our actions around ethnic studies, and just, you know, it goes way down. And I'm just very grateful for this. And with that, unless somebody's got something else to mention.
I want to say something too, Nick. I think that's
Yes, sir.
absolutely right. I think that in so many ways, it's funny that the kids in the 90s started seeing the first Latino leaders come into leadership, you know, and we're in 2024. And I mean, we've had 2 board presidents that are Latinos, and I'm not succeeding, and I'm not sure that's ever happened here in the district's history. And I'd like to commend you, Arturo, and as well as Moises, for being leaders and you know, Elba too. But I mean, I'm saying from the past 10 years, you've been here. So I just wanted to say that because I've only been here 4, and you've been here 2, yeah, and Marty's been here 2 as well. That leadership is actually something. My wife has gotten me into saying this: representation matters.
Yes.
And it matters in so many ways that we don't see, because I think in the somewhere, I would think at Southwest Middle, they see your face when they walk into the school, and they see somebody's picture, and they say, hey, that looks like me. And I think it's really important with regards to this. So to my wonderful partner as well, who's an administrator too, you know, representation matters. And I think it's really important that you bring that up, man. And props to you for being great leaders. Thank you. With that, I think we're going to close it up today.
You need a
we have to
motion
approve, right?
first?
We have to approve, right? Go for it.
You need a
Second.
Thank you. Were you making an official motion, Mr. Segura?
Yes.
Thank you. Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
See.
Motion passes 5-0.
With that, we'll close up. Great meeting, folks. I appreciate your patience.